One, two, three.
Stuff I can candidly sample in my music later.
Isn't it good? I'm very proud of that one. That one came out today. That one came out on my YouTube today, and I've been sitting on that one for so long. That one in particular is uses a Japanese voice bank. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love it so much. That one's using a Japanese voice bank that I originally recorded with the intention of sounding like angry or upset in a way, but it just ended up having an accent. But I still love it. I think that voice bank in particular sounds so gorgeous, and I love them so much. But yes, so that Queen of Venus cover is on my YouTube. Oh shit, I need to move it into the Google Drive, don't I? Because I put all my covers up on Google Drive just to so I can force my friends to listen to them, and so I can be like, you gotta tell me if I did a good job on this one, and they'd be like, yeah, it sounds good. I don't know nothing about music, but it sounds good. But no, so because I really like Flavor Folly. I have been following them since they released their very first song. I think they're amazing, and I really like that song, and I was like, you know what, if I ever make a new towel and do English covers, I want that one to be my first one. It wasn't the first one I released, but it was the first one that I worked on, technically, to completion, with my voice bank. You know, I love it very much. Doing the art for that one was fun. And I like doing my covers. I like all my covers. I like all the things that I make. So I'm doing that, and I started doing typesetting for manga translations for fun, and that's really good. I'm planning so much because, you know, now that I have a special birthday stream, I need special birthday art, you know, and I've got a couple artists in mind that I'm considering picking between for that. But for my birthday, oh man, oh jeez, oh wow. So today, final trial of the second game, and then trials and tribulations. It's gonna be great, it's gonna be fun. We got way off track yesterday several times, no one's fault but my own for doing that. I should have been more on the ball, but I wasn't. I never am, am I? But, you know, it's Tony's fun, everyone has fun. I don't know how long stream will be, because I have an inspection tomorrow. So, I gotta do cleaning. So just playing 7 hours of a game instead of cleaning is probably not ideal. But Mom, I want to hang out with Miles Edgeworth. I don't want to have to clean. I want to see the pretty lawyers. The prettiest of lawyers. The prettiest of the prettiest of lawyers. I don't announce it on Discord. 'Cause, so, what happened? Oh no, he would scold me, wouldn't he? Oh fuck. Oh, Edgeworth, I promise that I'm not that I already cleaned. I just haven't folded my clothes. I promise, Edgeworth, there's everyone else that's not cleaning. I promise, Edgeworth. Please don't be mad at me. You'll sound like a disappointed parent, and I can't handle that. I can't handle people being disappointed. Oh, you can't believe you said that to me. Edgeworth, I'm sorry. Starting and ending. Go watch. There you go, Discord. Anyway. But yeah. Oh! Why the fuck didn't I think of that? That's so much easier on me. Wow. I'm sorry, I just realized something about my setup that I should have been doing this whole time, and instead I was doing it the hard way. Wow. Anyway, that's stuff you don't need to hear about, and I'm rambling now and talking nonsense. 2:30 p.m. Oh, yes. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I understand the defense. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you seem so distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note? Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. We did find out what the card meant, you know. If we're talking about the serial killer stuff, then yeah. Not serial killer, assassin stuff. Yeah, so we did find that out earlier. Which would have been last stream, yeah. We're like on the very last bit of this now, so... If only Wednesday had been an off week on the Wednesday, then I could have finished it all and this would have all been wrapped up already. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it? We need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches the victim, Mr. Juan Corridor. Mr. Corridor? Well. Looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so that fact... They added an S there. So that fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that On Guard had no idea the suicide note was fake. Something seemed a little wrong with it. Oh fuck. Evidence! Evidence? Fine. I feel like I have to present evidence because what other option do I have, but... Phoenix, what evidence? Phoenix, can you tell me? Can I have a little hint button, please? The defense believes the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up until this point is true, then it is impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known it was fake. Fuck, I should rethink everything. Rethink everything. So, what do we already know? No, not that one. Okay. I'm not sure how that would mean anything. That just proves Ungard and Celeste had the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. How is it that he could have known? Right? Like, okay. So that's just a picture of the naked samurai. That doesn't mean anything. This is the thing for the press conference. That was to prove that, that A, it was going to happen, and B, the thing. That's my thing. That's Lada's thing. That's just a gossip article. That's just a map. That's the guitar case. And that's the wine glass. The scene of the murder. Evidence. Suicide. Attempted suicide. Autopsy. The knife. A photo in the hallway. A calling card. The spy camera. The transmitter. The giant bear that he spent far too much money on. The credit card proving that he spent far too much money on a giant bear. Proving the connection between Ungard and Celeste. The puzzle box. And the suicide note itself. Huh? Phoenix, I'm sorry, I've got no fucking clue what you want me to be saying here. Not have known it was a fake. I can't back out of it. God, I feel so stupid. 2 ways for him to have known it was in the room. It's not more so that it was in the room, more so that there needs to have been a way for him to prove that he saw it being written or something. Yeah. I guess the spy camera is a good guess. But it was only recording from 8 PM for 1 hour. Okay, I'm gonna do it. If it's wrong, then I have no fucking clue. What is this little item called again? I'm a judge. Oh my god, Judge, you're more of an idiot than I am. A video camera, Your Honor. I guess this did come out like, what, 2004? So I'll give you a bit leeway there then. Your Honor, well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right. A camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Ungard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? Right, yeah. If that were true, then this means Mr. Ungard would have known that the victim had forged the note. So then, the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ungar's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honour, it's not as if Mr. Ungar monitored Mr. Corridor 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ungar didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made a forgery at any unknown place? Ugh. Order. Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug your own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured. It came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ungar's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honour, the prosecution would like to call a witness to stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering. This is not like him at all. Unusual. What sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? The witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder. That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness? It's... Yes. Go on. Who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley the killer. Oh, Mr. the killer. Wait. Shelley the killer? You mean... the killer? You mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honour. He's coming here, to the witness stand. Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognise that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes. Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defence has no objections, Your Honour. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well then, the prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left for it to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your occupation, please. Interesting. I kind of like how there was a bit more of an explanation for how this happened in the anime. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer. I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honour, how can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honour, it was delivered to me just now. It came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no. This will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya? Maya? Voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corridor. Is that correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corridor. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes! That's it! A bad dream. Shelley the Killer. What is he going to say? There is something I must first state. To an assassin, there is nothing more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. What? Just because I gave him that voice? Come now, Judge. God. Oh, Edgeworth, has anyone told you that you have amazing eyes? Has anyone ever told you that? While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by his one belief. You mean that is trust between himself and his client's thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Stand on the witnesses to stand there. That's the one I was most interested in. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Ugh, I'm egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Let's just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know? Yeah, that's right, Phoenix. You're a fucking lawyer. We can hear everything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must state first. Do you mean what the word first? Do you know what the word first means? I'm sorry that I'm messing up this line so bad, Shelley. Sorry. Go on. Well, it'll be as this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. the trust between you and your client. I provide my service in fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did, yes, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They could certainly... that's enough. Please no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. Really? Really? Okay. So, what do I do then? So, okay, so I definitely need to... I'll press everything. So... Shit, dude. Shit, dude. Shit, dude. I can't badger the witness. But that's the one illegal thing that I like doing. Aside from arson. Okay, Phoenix, not you, me. Okay. Reason I'm on the witness stand today. More important than anything. Okay, so if you don't want me to press everything, what the fuck would I be presenting to you? What? I'm confused. I'm a little confused here, the killer. Sir, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to call you sir instead. Let's consult before I give you the name of my client. Hang on a second. Nothing more is a trust between... I feel like this is the one that I probably need to... Get the fuck out of there. Fucking bugs. God damn. Anyway, I feel like this one is probably the one they want me to present evidence for. Which makes the most sense to me. Where I show you something in which makes it clear that I understand what you're talking about. So... I feel like this has something to do with it, right? Because the reason he's upset is because he was filmed? That's what I'm thinking? Yes? Yes? No. Okay. Now look, I'm not making accusations, Mr. Judge. I'm just trying to be cool and stuff. Trust between you and the clients. Murder. Exchange. I trust that the clients are discreet. I'm sorry, but you said that your client had already broken the rules. I fucking hate when they want me to press twice because it confuses me. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? His case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. Now then, I believe it is time I reveal the name of my client. Don't you agree? What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corridor? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and that is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. Shelley the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself, the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt on guard is innocent. It seems I have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? With the way this is going, on guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And on guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the Killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, Please, that testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juwan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. Tequila himself has testified. He has named you as his client. Oh, that's not true. Also, there was quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button, donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. You know that Miss Celeste's impacts was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No. Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the killer is. Tell them. Please. Help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? I'm gonna let the trial fucking continue. I don't care. I'm gonna let it continue. Phoenix. I can't do this, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Madame Guard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than on guard. Even though I don't want to admit it, you have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust. I never thought about it until now. I trust him. Yes, we do. Of course we do. Oh. It's okay of you. It's okay of you, Phoenix. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. Tequila. Yeah, not only trust the Phoenix, a bit more than that. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But the witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth, that is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. Tequila. Right away, Your Honor. I love his little bow. He's so cute. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk to you a little more about... All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need from me? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done. But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. Tequila, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? I don't know about you, but people in my family have been dreaming of the day they get called to do jury duty. It sounds like so there are definitely people who love going to court. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Joan Corridor was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife in the button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events. For the 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have to have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. Only 2? I think it's a bit more than 2. Like... What is it, Mr. Wright? Pressed in the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not asking to... Mr. Wright! Yes. You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor? Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty. Witness. Let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one who does the deed, My clients are always the real guilty party. It goes without saying, Mr. Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. Try to make things easy. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. I don't think he'd be able to tell anyway. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for an alibi too. No, I already told you I have no intention of using your services, ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? From the very beginning. That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. So, why do you think your client did that? What do you mean, why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do that? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all. And to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is my client's is so that my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As in you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me. No, I'm fine. Really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is that I can't let this trial end yet. Very good, Mr. Attorney. Very, very good. Expose the lies. Okay. Adrian knows his client, however, simply cannot overlook tampering with evidence. Client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person on the scene. already knew that Mr. Coroner was dead. Oh my god. Even more appalling, planting the knife in the button, acting as if that act is what I was referring to when I said my client has broken the rules. What do you think your client did that? What do you mean, why? Very risky, why would they do that anyway? Very Mr. On guard. If that's the case, then why don't the person just request that you do that? It's your job. What was the other one? That one that we were talking about? That was weird. Was it? I don't remember which one it was. From the very beginning, that's correct. Before my client visited the room, all of my clients know precisely what's going on at any given time. It's odd. Ah. My clients know precisely what's going on at any given time. Does that have something to do with this stuff? It might. Changes the footage taken by the sky camera into radio waves and transmits the data. Something to do with this, that's what I think. No. Look, I've got room to play. I've got a bit of room to play. I've got a bit of room to play. Adrian Andrews knew he was dead from the very beginning. Okay. That's probably the one that I'd want to, like, do something with. Because we pointed it, because the game very clearly pointed it out to me. But I don't know what exactly it wants me to do with it. Like, how would that be a contradiction, is my question. It could be a contradiction. I don't have any ideas. Oh my god, fuck me. God, I need to... That's what we call a vitamin D deficiency, folks. When you get tired for absolutely no reason. No. I swear I'm fine. When did I go to bed last night? Fucking late, didn't I? That's probably why I feel tired anyway. Where are we at in this game right now? Where are we at? Where are we at? We're at the very final thing, okay. So, 4-2 at the trial. Right. Right. Right, Mr. Bright, I'm so confused all the time. Oh, I wasn't even thinking of that. I wasn't even thinking. I would not have fucking assumed that. Okay, now I get it. 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 You do this to prove that she didn't know he was dead. I wouldn't have fucking thought of that. That was not where my brain was at all. Look. At some point, I probably would have just, like, gone through all of them if I was playing this game when it first came out, 2007. Thank you Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Mr. Corridor had just been murdered. See, this jump in logic isn't ridiculous at all. It's just that I was just thinking in a very different way than the writers were intending me to be thinking. Like, this one makes complete sense. It's using the evidence that was linked. It's using a piece of evidence as a stand-in for the testimony that she gave about it, which I wasn't thinking of at all. But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. Still a flute! The glass. Mr. Tequila's supposed client thought that Mr. Corridor had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a bit of a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's a very important point. It's not a very important point, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corridor's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was not your client at all. How strange. Yes. Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection on this absurd situation? Oh, I can just imagine the way he'd be looking at Phoenix if he was in the same room right now. Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry. Oh, I love that he's playing along. Oh, you guys should go out for dinner after this. Just the two of you. Just the two of you. Well, that is an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy us more time. while we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies in those items. Request taking? This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Hell yes. Oh, I hope a character like you comes up again so I can continue to be a weirdo and voice characters like that. 1 week ago. Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client at this time had a very specific date and time in mind. A specific date and time? I see. Makes sense. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? Might as well. So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Durant Corridor's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose the contents at the press conference after all. That is correct. And if I had not done this job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was that testimony just now of any importance? I feel like it's important. I feel like it's important somehow. I feel like it's probably important in some regard. When you are almost every time you ask me if it's important, it's usually important. It came to me in a dream. Yeah, totally, just a dream. A testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. So, you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. Why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Something tells me there's a bit more to this than you just enjoying killing people. Well, Mr. Wright, testimony of now just any importance? That's a good question. Hey, you asked me last time and I... Probably not. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. I don't know. I'm gonna say no. We're gonna press the other things. We'll come back to it if we have to. Yeah, I know. I just... What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It's only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client. Well, you used the wrong pronouns for her there. It's true, what they say, talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was that testimony just now of any importance? Yeah, just called the clear woman a he. But I heard what I think I just heard. And I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case... Witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. The moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client. You mean the he/him lesbian? I was not aware that Miss Adrian Andrews used he/him pronouns, Mr. Tequila. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time? Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So, what is the issue? What did you just say? About her? Oh, yeah. Clearly Adrian Andrews was just, dressed in drag, clearly. If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh, no. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. Tequila's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. I love that. That's great. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. Tequila, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on here? Shelley Tequila, this court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. Jeez, man. Ugh. Look, he's already valuing trust over everything, and he wants people to feel guilty for what they've done. He's got a bit of a... He's got a lot going on for him. I know he's just going to spit out more lies. Very well, but this time, please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember. I took the request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Joanne Corridor and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter. Phoenix, that's the gayest thing you've ever said. Phoenix. 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 Phoenix, what the hell, man? You can't just say that in a court of law when everyone here can somehow read your mind. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Mr. Tequila. Mr. Tequila. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now, let's start this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. It would work on me though. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. Tequila met with his client? That's a good question. I mean, Powers' earlier testimony kind of says that. But I don't have proof of that because I can't present testimony. It would be so cool if I could though. I don't have any. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I unfortunately don't have any proof. I see. And your line of questioning is just another waste of time. Certainly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. Oh my god. Miles Edgeworth. Oh, Miles Edgeworth, I love you. Asuri did or didn't and see every evidence like that. Okay, yeah, I know what you're trying to do. But, shh. Shh. I'm smart. I've got this. I've got this. I swear I've got this. There have been times when I took a job without having met the client. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Business opportunities. On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times, and now take requests via electronic mail. That would leave quite a paper trail, though. You have to mail that to a special insulated envelope. Ah, I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as an email. You know, code needs email. No one knows what an email is anyway. Email. Constant contest of mimicry, the judge would be to parrot hands down. Anyway, and so you took this job without having met your client, and the request was to murder Joan Corridor and 2 or 3 other small things. 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were those other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Let that slide. Really bad if I pushed him. I wanna know. Whether or not they're related to the case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you have been planning to betray your own client? I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one? Wait. No. This is going really bad. I shouldn't press my luck off. Alright, I have to think. Is it worth pursuing? That's a good question. Finding out what these other things are. I think it is very much important. I think that we definitely need to know, and this is definitely the only thing that I can really do. Just in case. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine. After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corridor's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include it in your testimony. Fuck yeah. As you wish. You mean, so you did. So you saying you did see Miss Adrian Andrews. You saying that you knew exactly what Adrian Andrews looked like. Is that what you're saying, Mr. De Killer? Question is, what do I present? Early corridor, and Andrews knows how to open it. I feel like what else would it be as if it's not like a profile? Shelley the Killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item. I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. I was going to burn it, for her sake. If even for a single minute this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure there would not have been a suicide note out. She would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order! So that's where you two are going. So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to assemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh. Order, order. Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please. Not that. Please, wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Okay, Phoenix, scream all you want. What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand the witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should, Edgeworth. We can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution... What has come over everyone? Even you are... The prosecution... rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. De Killer's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Ungard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Andrews would be charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least, on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured it out. Mr. Ungard, what an atrocious lawyer I am, giving my own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap is just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer. Ungard, you've like ruined your public image completely now. You know this is like public, right? Should I side with justice? Or should I save my life? You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, I will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged with murder. So do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Ungard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ungard, is guilty. We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Ungard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Ungard is... Oh, look at her. She's so pretty. 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 Oh, Francisco, I've been waiting for you. My darling. My lesbian crush. Oh, Francisco. Francisco von Kammer. Oh my god, yes. Oh, and that image in particular would make such a good like background for something. It's great. You see now, don't you, Mr. Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. A von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence here is in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. That's gumshoes. You can spot his tattered rags anywhere. It's a lovely coat. It's a great shade of green. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. Sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. The final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now should change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this is one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it. This is all you can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? I don't think so. But I might as well ask for more details anyway. Because, like, I think that's just useless evidence, but no harm in asking. Does the pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform ballistic tests, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. It's a pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet that they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. That's probably not going to be very much help. Piece of evidence is this videotape. Definitely could be useful. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it. That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the Killer is no ordinary man. Last piece of evidence is his bellboy uniform. It's the uniform from the Gatewater Hotel. Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. No doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There's a button missing from this uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, It would provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful! Absolutely splendid! This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are two ways for the situation... out of the situation for us. Two. The first... make on guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If on guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let this hostage go. That may be true, but it's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Vanguard. If the killer were to no longer think of Vanguard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first. But if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean... turn things around? Yeah, it's a turnabout, Phoenix. Weren't you paying attention to the title cards? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence. And what now? And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who is yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible. To turn the situation around in one try. One try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking on guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? I think. Because he's definitely unaware of all the evidence around, right? Will that make sense to me? That's what I think. Because, you know, what else? Who else would need to know? That's my thinking. That's my thinking. I see. And now, tell the court what piece of evidence you would like to show this person. What would I like? The killer violently tried to recover it. Contents unknown. What piece of evidence should we show him? That's a good question. I think so he values trust with his clients, right? Yes. So then he'd be upset with on guard for wanting to hold blackmail of him as insurance. So it's either the camera or the tape, considering he was very adamant about getting that tape back and was willing to potentially get caught for it. That's what I think. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing the evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring the transceiver from earlier. Right. Look, I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes. One is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it. So I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me. There was a video camera hidden in the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright. Why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Well, he said it was, insurance. Why did Man and God film the crime? The reason why he did, that is my whole ticket out of this mess. There's only one reason why, he wanted blackmail on you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, at least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video as blackmail. What do you have to say to that, Shelley DeKiller? Oh. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes. By a natural. As the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes. You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that is right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the end of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item. I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there. And with the client and the witness... Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it is time to finally hand down a verdict. Haha, look at him. Mr. On guard. It looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. I love that they're ganging the fuck up on him. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me? Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is that alright with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. I think I like, look. I want to plead. I 100% want to plead guilty. I 100% want to play guilty. That's, look, I'm not gonna do anything to, like, make this guy feel even the least bit good about it. Man on guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. Oh, jeez. Cool, dude. Cool. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. We? I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this court trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone in the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you use your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had really been saved. Wow. This is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Aww. Oh, happiness for everyone. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. Hell yeah. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, Think back for a second. Think to the moment before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. I side with justice, but I saved Maya's life. My client, Madame Guard, Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and you have your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really?
Pearls!
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She is on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Sigmaya! Miss Sigmaya is safe! You did it. You really did it, Mr. Nick.
Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a child.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier, thanks.
Ow!
Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth. For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts, I use every dirty trick in the book, so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared, stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner, and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense! We prosecutors use everything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? Yeah, pretty quickly, actually. It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Yeah. Look, every hour is Edgeworth's gay hour. He has never gone more than 5 minutes without saying the gayest shit you've ever heard. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw, we scratch at every inch. But we will always eventually reach the one singular truth. This I promise you.
Truth?
Yes. That's the reason why the prosecutors and the defense attorneys exist. I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory. Who ran into the night.
Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago I made up my mind. I decided that Miles Edgeworth, I knew, had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool.
Miss Von Karma?
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's really over. Francisca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the one she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. And there's something else.
Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying with this action. You should keep this, right? Okay.
Nick!
Maya!
Mystic Maya!
Mystic Maya! Yay! Friendship! Oh, friendship forever! Friendship forever! Friendship forever!
Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it. Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're alright. Oh, they're friends too! They're friends too! They're friends too!
Hey, it looks like we've made real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick, food! Grub it, chow, I'm starved. I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on the bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist. Oh jeez. Oh. Alright. So how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? These K's messed up that awesome evening we got and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast.
Come on, Nick. Food.
Hey, pal! Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole, of all things. A telephone pole? And it wasn't a red light that got him? You did it again, city boy! I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now, looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight, even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone gather around. I'm sorry, Edgeworth is so cute. He's so awkward. He's so cute. Oh, he's so adorable. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lorna bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What?
4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of them items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item. Aw, come on, y'all, it's over. But, oh boy, I tell ya, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh?
Hahaha, you think?
Why does she look so happy about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. But to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture.
Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So, there's a picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aww, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway.
Ah. It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is that, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karman's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I have some work to do.
Huh? But Edgeworth, you haven't been even eaten anything yet.
You've eaten way too much, you glutton. She was starved for like 2 days straight, Phoenix. Leave her alone. I had fun tonight. Now if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say something. Thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Oh, fuck, I need to. I so desperately don't want to fuck it up. I so desperately don't want to fuck it up. Oh, I so desperately don't want to fuck it up. What would Edgeworth appreciate? How can I show my gratitude? Certain mysterious nostalgia to it. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Just say you love him. Just say you love him.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya. Yes, Pearly. I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean? Pearly! Would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
And if you need to ask, everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh?
Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. I kind of already put your name on the bill.
Huh? Huh?
Yeah, I got me in a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for 3,000. Huh? Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's only your tab and all.
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
We're just at the end of the second game. And so once this is done, we'll start on the third game.
Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Aww. You don't need to hold back now, do you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
This is the first time I hear you real. Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy with being a hostage and all.
Alright then, if you say so. Oh, the game's so fun. Oh.
You really came through for me, Nick. I hid that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
Hell yeah.
I'm so happy that you saved Mystic Maya and Mr. Nick. I'm so happy for you two. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. They sort of made reservations for you two, just in case.
I don't think an 8-year-old can do that. Absolute TV time. Oh, man. Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for society. I knew it, crashing headlong into everything. Only way to live, pal. Yeah, you're just lucky that you've got a different chief these days, aren't you? I miss him. I miss him. I miss him. Oh, hi! I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform. I am going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Thank you, graphics assistants. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who worked on this game. It's great. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Hardy. Oh. Recently, yes, that girl, you know, I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember if I even laid such an eye on her again, I would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. He's a fucking gross-ass weirdo. Tadaki Yamamoto for the main programming. Yay! Thanks, Tadaki. It's time to bring our quest of world circus domination, sweetie, and let the world know how serious we are. Hey, Max! Oh, I couldn't read it fast enough, but that's so cute. Bunnies! Oh, talking bunnies. Even they won't laugh at most jokes. Oh, I love the circus. Ducky. Yatomi Kazuki Sonoyama for the programming. Yay! I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary than with my humor. You all worked out preparing the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. Akimi Kimura, music and sound effects. Oh, you did such a good job. What's this? Drat, it's an ordinary electric razor recharging stand. I can't believe it. Really? Oh, but it was Edgy's idea. There must be a hidden meaning. Oh, I love you, Edgeworth. I love you, Edgeworth. I love you, Edgeworth. I love you, Edgeworth. Oh. Hiroyuki Kudo. What a great name. Kumiko Suekame Yukari. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Wright did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Kama. She said that after I got out, feel free to consult with her anytime. I feel thankful to have met everyone. Oh, Inaba. It's also a good name. It has become difficult for me in this country. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you'd like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. You have a website? Why does he have a website? Mikami Shinji. International Departures Gate 12. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this? That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy, drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I grabbed 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. You may... So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what, and failure, such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that, but me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been, and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown away my whip. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then that girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews. You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I've left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path,
Then this is where we part ways, Francesca von Karma. I am Francisca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you would better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again.
Oh, Francisca. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, Francisca, I miss you. Oh, I love you, Francisca von Karma. Oh, guys, I need a minute. I need a minute. Oh. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. What's next? We're gonna keep going. We've still got one last game to do, and might as well start it the fuck now, because you know I'm playing all the Ace Attorney games. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh, look at Phoenix being a bisexual mess. Yes! Yes! Ugh. How did I get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? Ooh, nice music. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your own sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. Wow, Phoenix. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Wow, can literally anyone in this game just like avoid being accused of murder? Is that something anyone gets to do? How have you all been accused of murder at some point in your life? So exciting! Oh, Mia! Oh, I'm so incredibly excited for this. I'm so excited for this. I'm so excited for this. I'm so excited for this. Mia, you get to be on the thumbnail for this one. Oh, trials and tribulations, we're finally here. We're finally here. I don't know anything except for Ian Sinclair, and we'll get to him when we get to him. Whew. It's finally time. I'm kind of nervous. Ahem. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, good morning. Mia! Please calm yourself down.
you're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know. What are you talking about? I'm relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me. I'm relaxed. Let go of my lapels. You obviously haven't got the temperament to be a lawyer. I'm so sorry. It's just that I'm so nervous today. Oh, that's right. This is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I, Marvin Grossberg, am at your service. Actually, this is my second time in court. Still, you surprised me. What with your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case, you suddenly said, and quite forcefully too. I just found out yesterday about this case, I mean. What? And you've already learned all the relevant facts? Well, about that, you see, I mean, of course I have, I think. Oh dear. In any case, don't let our client see you're so nervous. You see the poor young man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client. Hi, dude. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Try to keep smiling, Mia. I just want to say I'll give it all I've got. Yep, I'll be fine. No prob. Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Wright? Actually, it's Wright. The Flying Brothers. Like, the Flying Brothers, people screw it up all the time. Really? That's weird. And yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. The doc says this way I don't give it to anyone else. Be kind to others, he says. Right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today. If you are truly innocent, I promise I will save you. Please, let go of my shirt. That's right. He's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. I'm still pretty new to this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. Took you a year to do your second trial? But that trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never set foot into another courtroom. Makes sense. Okay, continue. It's been 1 year since then, and well, here I am again. But this time I'm going to win. For my client, and for myself. Hell yes! Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. God! That hairstyle does not work for you, Payne. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense today is Miss Mia Fey. Was it? Yes. Your Honor. Is there a problem? I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg would be leading the defense. Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency. Emergency? But isn't that him standing right next to you? Yes, well... You're just a rookie. Are you sure you can really handle this? Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Of course, Your Honor. I think. Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Yeah, the judge is so fucking old that even like, what, 4 years ago, well, isn't even that big of a difference for him. Well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend some time babysitting a new defense lawyer. Don't worry, little girl. I'm sure it will all be over soon.
What was that all about? Was he trying to trash talk me? Now then, I'd like to proceed with a summary of events of the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology. Sounds like he was a very bright young man. Yes, well, next we have a photo taken of the crime scene. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body and the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway. They then called the police. It certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Well, very well. The court accepts this photo into the record as evidence. By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo. Your reputation for Saga City is well earned, Your Honor. The truth is that this victim died a rather unusual death. An unusual death? What do you mean, Mr. Payne? Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question? Huh? A simple question! I thought I might loosen you up a bit. I kind of want a suit. I want a suit that color. That's a great color for a suit. I am a genteel man, if you will. What? Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of. Ah, a perfect opportunity. Well, what was it? The case? The cause? Go on. Fatal electric shock. Please say you know at least this much. I'm sorry. I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file. Ugh. My hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Now see here. The details of the case are filed under the court record. But you knew that already, didn't you? The court record. I think I can see that by pressing tab. All of the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Take a good, hard look at the data there and think carefully before you answer, my dear. Yes, sir. I'll do just that. I've gotta stay calm. I can't let that prosecutor get the better of me. Court record. Okay. Let's take a look. I just press tab here. Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death? Electrocution. According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution. Electrocution? But how could such a thing happen?
I think it's a really good.
I think that's a really decent way of doing the tutorial. Because like all it is really doing is just gently guiding you through it for anyone who's just picking up the series for the first time. I kind of like it. I like it more than some other tutorials. Did the murderer use some new type of super powerful stun gun, perhaps? The answer to that will become crystal clear as its trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there is one more vital issue. What's that? Why, motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant. Bad blood?
What do you mean? Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like that. I really don't like this guy's smug attitude. That's Winston Payne. I'd never heard his first name before. That's so fucking funny. He is one smooth operator, if you can catch my drift. They don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time, I would like to see some supporting evidence. Evidence? Ah, no need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all our weapons can be found in the court record. Find the new evidence you need, and then shove it in that old greybeard's face. Yes, sir. To old greybeard's face. Mr. Grossberg. Try to set a better example for the young lady. Mere evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People's profiles are as well. You can toggle between profiles and evidence with tab, so be sure to go over it at all. Now then, let's see what you've got. What was the cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim? Phoenix Wright's girlfriend dated the victim Doug Swallow up until 8 months ago. Currently has a cold. Fourth year student. Wait, you're 21? Oh wow, Phoenix, you're a little guy. This is only like 3 years earlier from when I first met you, Phoenix. And you already grew up so much since then. Aww, I like her voice. The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here. Delilah Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Is it? Very good, Miss Faye. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, she has some part to play in this story. He's on it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he's already got the judge thinking like he wants. Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness. If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Faye? It's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? The defense has no objection. Very well. The court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand. Wow, look at him. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Oh, yes. My name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect. No. He means, what did you do before you were arrested? Oh, I was a university student. Mr. Wright. You understand that you are... But I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm telling you I was... Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his cold to the rest of us? It seems the witness has something he wants to say. Well then, Mr. Wright, please tell us about your relation to the victim. Right away, Your Honor. I admit I was there, but I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talk to that suck-up British wannabe. I see. So you hardly knew the victim. Right! Like I said, I'm not a killer. Looks like the judge understands. You're being naive, you know. Too naive. Huh? It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady. And what would that be? This witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination. Cross-examination? He's right. And it's the defense's duty to call out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if the witness's testimony contains any contradictions. Contradictions? If the witness is lying, the statement will conflict with the court record. But Mr. Wright is my client. Even if he is your client, in a court, all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, that is your duty, you say. What does he mean by that? Is he saying that testimony just now is a lie or a contradiction? Now then, your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Fair. Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? I admit I was there, but I'm not a killer. All I did was find the body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I haven't talked to that sucker rich wannabe. Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. That's right. I mean, why would I ever... But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe? Well, Mr. Wright? No, it wasn't me. I'm not the killer, I swear. Mr. Wright, I will give you one opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe? Yes, well... He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Did you see it at the crime scene? The Union Jack, I mean. Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must love British stuff, so... It's true, cross my heart. I swear I didn't do it. He's acting fishier than a salmon I ate last night. May I ask you something, Miss Faye? Yes, Your Honour. What is it now? Who is this person, anyway? This Union Jack fellow? The Union Jack is the name of the United Kingdom's flag. Oh, I see. So you mean like the Stars and Stripes, right? As usual, Your Honour, your insight astounds me. Hey, something just occurred to me. Isn't there something strange about this bit just now? Mia, there's a contradiction here. Mr. Grossberg, quickly now, show that boy you mean business with evidence, I mean. Okay, Mia, check the court record carefully. Well, my dear, do you think you can manage to point on your own from this point? Oh, they're giving me a chance to not have any more tutorial? Oh, thanks. I can handle it myself. 1 year ago, I was in a courtroom just like this. I can do it. I can handle this myself. Isn't try to bite off more than you can chew, Mia. I'll be fine. I know what I have to do. Remember, you can always press him to get more information. Oh, one more thing. When you're going to state a contradiction, make sure to present some definitive proof. Okay, Mia. One more time, from the very beginning of his testimony. I admit I was there. So what do I have? just this. Yeah, he's not wearing it. He says on the back of his thing that he's not wearing it. Okay. I get you, I get you, I get you. Hardly knew the guy to begin with. British wannabe. With Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Except he's not wearing it today. Are you certain you saw the Union Jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. Miss Faye, is there some point to this line of questioning? Your Honor, please take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back. Hey, wait a minute! He's wearing a leather jacket! The Union Jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing. I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You'd have no idea at all what he was wearing underneath that jacket. Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me. Please forgive me. Mia made our client cry. Let him. That P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyway. I can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong. That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. I go too far? By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it? Yeah, I took some, but... Was the medicine that you took an over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X? Yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Hey, wait a second. How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X? Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now? Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere. You lost it? Does this even have anything to do with the case? Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now? Huh? Your Honor, I'd like you to take a look at another photo from the crime scene. What's this? In the victim's hand, it's Cold Killer X. Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to, especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it. What? Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up the bottle of medicine, dropped by Mr. Wright, and hid it in his hand. His purpose in doing so can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright. Order in the court. Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo and bottle as evidence. Very well, the court will accept them into the record. Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken. Broken? Yes, it ceased functioning when a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any kind of explanation for all of this? This is really bad. Oh, my buttocks, my poor, poor hemorrhoids. The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. We talked for a bit, and then around 3 PM we split up. Then later, when I went back, I found him laying there. I'd been taking cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days, but I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth. You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible. Miss Faye, please begin your cross-examination. Please, Mr. Wright, don't tell any more lies. He called. Had you ever met the victim before then? No, never. But that day, he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dolly. And this Dolly person is my, it's kind of embarrassing. She's, my sweetheart. What was that for, Mia? Oh, I'm sorry. I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden. Delilah Hawthorne was also the lover of the murderer victim, Doug Swallow. Before she met Mr. Wright, that is. So one of those nasty love triangles, I say. He was in the psychology department. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, and we were both there right on time. You said the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct? Yeah, he was studying about how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of Ivy View. Alchemist, I say. I gotta admit it was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. So what you're saying... like a certain... Seiko? Oh, fascinating. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man. What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for more details? About the meeting time, about the pharmacology department. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department. Well, okay, sure. I don't know all that much, though. A little bit earlier, you said in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They always use non-standard voltages, so there are high voltage cables everywhere. High voltage cables? Yeah, there are electrical poles set up all around the building. The high voltage cables run ahead around the roof. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. 3 p.m. Okay, I see. We talked for a bit, then around 3 we split. So, what was it that you were talking about? You know, that maybe we should hang out again sometime? Hang out again sometime. I wish that were true. Back and found him laying there. So, you say you went back? Yeah. That's when I found the body? Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry with him? Oh, that's right, I was. Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back there? I thought maybe we could make up. Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one is buying this. It's rather unusual to get a cold this time of year, isn't it? Yeah, I always get a little careless when the weather starts to get warm. I guess I shouldn't sleep with the window open this early in spring, huh? I suppose common sense is not always common. So, did anyone else know that you were taking cold medicine? Well, I always took one after meals, so I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it. On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch? Huh? What does that have anything to do? What does that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat with Dolly. Just the two of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious. Phoenix, I wish I could see you in love again. Why can't you act this way around, a certain someone? Ouch! Why did you punch me in the jaw? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death. And then the defendant returned to the scene of the crime for some unknown reason. I'm not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle either. Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted. What do you mean? I knew it was too much work for a little girl. However, there is one mystery that still remains. There is, Your Honor. How the murder was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim electrocuted? I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct? Well, that is, You are correct, Your Honor. So how exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. The high voltage cable, because that's, because, you know, there's that whole fucking cable right fucking there. Obviously that's what happened. Your Honor. Yes, Miss Faye. I believe that that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died. That would be most impressive. Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of court, yes? An attorney must be able to substitute their arguments with evidence. Of course I know that. Actually, I had totally forgotten about that. Now then, Miss Faye, let me see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted. Can I just present this? As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well. What? There's nothing that even remotely resembles a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Miss Faye, where exactly is on the photo is the murder weapon? The wire is the wire. Well, naturally, it's right here. That's... What is that? A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard. The machines the pharmacology students use in their experiments require high voltage. And because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere. So then the high voltage cable... Yes, a high voltage cable is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation. That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, I believe some praise is in order. Don't toy with me, old man. Now, the victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable with a murder weapon was the defendant. That much is certainly true. Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that will establish that Mr. Wright was the murderer. I don't know why we assume it was murder. It was a high voltage cable. Do you know how dangerous it is to be close to them in any capacity? Like, how could you even grab a high voltage cable without possibly getting electrocuted yourself? You do? Well, what is it? His fingerprints. Fingerprints? You mean the defendant's fingerprints were somewhere on something besides the medicine bottle? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket. As you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well. You mean... Yes, it's quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand. What? I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder, he squarely pushed the victim towards the severed electrical cable. That makes a bit more sense. Order, that's enough. I think we can conclude that there is no reason to continue with this cross-examination. Stick a fork in us, we're done. Mr. Crossberg, my hemorrhoids never lie. The show is over, Mia. I knew that boy was guilty the first time I saw him. No, you're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent. No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt. Your Honor, at this time I am prepared to render a verdict in this case. Do you have something further to add, Miss Fay? Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth, the whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. But I can't. I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be... It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Miss Fay. No matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you, and I'll represent you to the very end. We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything. Wait a minute. Mr. Wright, I'll tell you about what really happened. But I've already told you, Mr. Wright. There's no need for further... I did it. I admit it, I pushed him. It's my fault. My fault that Doug Swallow is dead. Girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your own sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. What you just said, was that the truth? Yes. I was afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was a murderer for sure. Well, as things currently stand, we're all absolutely convinced you are. Please give me one chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the whole truth. It'll be okay, won't it, Miss Faye? I believe in you. Oh, thank you. Still can't believe it. You really did push the victim. It feels like my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem Shake. A guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little while after I left, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was laying there, dead. Well, that explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. He died from the shock. And that, as they say, is that. A simple explanation indeed. At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. Wet from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted. But when I pushed them, there weren't any electrical cables nearby. If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it. That's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't have missed that. Miss Faye, we warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that? Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it. So what kind of things did Mr. Swallow say to you? He said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl. Is that all? Yep. Well, Miss Faye, you heard him yourself. Oh boy, not doing yourself any favours here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it already is. Anyway, after he said that, I just... Can you tell me more about what happened in a little more detail? That guy... He just said that he wanted to... what he wanted to say to me. And then he put on the jacket he was holding and started to leave. That's when I lost my temper and flew into a furious frenzy. I just gave him a light, gentle shove to the chest. And when you did that, there were no severed cables anywhere to be seen. Right! There was nothing like that at all. But it is possible that she merely overlooked it. Which wouldn't make it murder then. It's not murder! Well, I guess it's possible. What are you doing? Don't let the guy steamroll over you like cheap asphalt. I believe what's important here is the moment the push occurred. Let's continue on with the testimony witness. A loud noise. And what would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like snap. You know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was. Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted. You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important. So try to remember what it was. How do I put it? It was like a sharp crack? Could it have been... Yes. Could have been... Hurry up and tell us. When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. He fell right on top of it and it broke. That was probably the noise I heard. An umbrella, huh? And did the umbrella belong to the victim? Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella. Cheap and frail. Kinda like the owner. Then again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone. That's fair. What do you think? Is there something important in this testimony? Well... It seems pretty important to me, considering that the umbrella... He said he fell on top of the umbrella, but the umbrella is a ways away from the body. This is it, Mia? The new information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important, it's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony. How perfectly fitting! Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer. The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add about the bit about the cheap umbrella to the testimony. After I shoved him, he fell down on top of his cheap umbrella. Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning? Come on. If I had mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution's arguments earlier. What do you mean by that? Take another look at the crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole. You're absolutely right. The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive. No! Order. The victim, he moved. Mr. Payne, the umbrella in the photo, where is it now? Well, it was collected by the police at the crime scene. I want it presented as evidence immediately. But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind. According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There is simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind. But I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render a final judgment. No! I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown in the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony. Well done, Mia. Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about? Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. It was foolish to think I could establish guilt through cross-examination alone. I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying. Let me guess. You have another witness. Exactly! And this witness's testimony will be Incontrovertible. Well, who is this witness? Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean Dolly? I do, Your Honor. The defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing. That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place. I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear. Oh my god, she's so cool. Bad news? You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this. You can't be serious. Mia, what do you mean by that? I think this is a good point to stop. The court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Miss Faye, I'm sorry about what happened back there. It's alright. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright. Yeah. So I guess I can start to relax then, huh? Relax, my boy? You can't be serious after hiding such important facts. But the next witness is my Dolly, right? She'll save me. I just know she will. Why do you think that? Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life, that's why. Love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me more about you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? Sure, no problem. Dolly and I, we first met about 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse. Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer on the side. Anyway, one day she and I just bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. As soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Oh, here, take a look at this. She gave this to me the day we met as a symbol of our love. She had been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, I want you to carry this. So she gave it to you as a present, I say. His darling little bottle was filled with memories of my darling little Dolly. It certainly is a little bottle, all right. It makes me so happy. I show it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness with the whole world. God, Phoenix, you're so cute when you're in love. Anyway. So after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating. Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. What a strange girl. Asking for a present back like that. By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago, it wouldn't happen to have been on August 27th, would it? Huh? Yeah, it was. But how did you know? This happened on August 27th, right here in the courthouse. What's this? A newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse. Murder? What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh. I see. Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to say. And I think I understand why you suddenly took such a keen interest in this case. You believe there is some connection between these two cases. Am I correct? Hell yeah. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself. Yes, but I'm afraid what you have will not be enough, my dear. I'll go and have a look at the downstairs reading room to see what else I can find. Thank you. I want to do whatever I can to be of help to you, Mia. Well, it looks like the recess is about over. We'd better all get moving. I guess so. That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though. Hell yes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's also very exciting. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Trials and tribulations. Yay! We're really playing it. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness. This next person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Mrs. Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand. Gosh, look at that, so pretty. I love her hairstyle. What's with the stiff silence? In my long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many witnesses. It's my job to doubt, take no one at their word. In your case, I must admit that you radiate the glow of complete sincerity. I can't believe he actually said that. Oh, now then, witness, could you please state your full name? Don't worry, sweetie. There's no need to be nervous. If anyone says anything rude, you can be sure I'll cut them down to size. And I will bash them with my gavel. I love how they look straight at me when they say that. Thank you for calming my nerves. You're all so nice. I almost feel right at home. Not at all. It was nothing. If we may move on now, what is your name, full name and occupation? My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine! No, the honor is all mine. Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Sir? Is there something I can help you with? You just go on and say whatever's on your mind. I'm sure that there must have been some kind of mistake. Finny wouldn't kill anyone. I just know it. Yes. I can see why you'd say that. She's going to be a tough witness, alright. It took her 12 seconds to wrap them around her little finger. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please. I had been planning to go back to Finny's place after class was over. Finny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. Then suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. That's when Finny noticed that I was there. I went to go and find some other students and they called the authorities. I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong. Young lady, as old as I am, even I recall how hot the flames of young passion can burn. Nevertheless, It is my job to discover the truth. Please, tell us the truth. But I would never... It's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue. What do you mean by that? Please, let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin lies. You haven't changed a bit. Mia Fey. What's this? So you two are acquainted? Yes. We've met before. Once. In any case, Miss Fey, the floor is all yours. It's good to see you again, Madam Fey. Madam? I'm no one's grandma yet. Now, unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Wright, is in the art department? If that's the case, then what were you doing by the pharmacology building? Well, I'm in the literature department. I'm studying Japanese senryu poetry. Oh ho ho! How wonderful! It's that humorous yet satirical style of haiku, yes. Nothing left to do when a man reaches his age. Sleep is his best friend. That's supposed to be poetry? Sounds more like a midlife crisis. For me, to get to the art department, I have to walk through the back area. Ah, I see. That makes sense. When I want to enter the courthouse, I always walk through the front doors. How else would you enter? Teleportation? So who is this Dougie person? Oh, I'm sorry, Doug Swallow. We were dating until about 8 months ago. So what were Dougie, Mr. Swallow and Mr. Wright talking about anyway? How can you be so mean? I would never eavesdrop. I wasn't raised to be so rude and unrefined. That's right, Miss Fey. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Why am I being demonized here? Please go on. What did you see next? Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own? Yes. In other words, the defendant never touched the victim. Is that right? I was watching the whole time. Finny never did a thing to Dougie. I press her for no good reason. I just know the judge will get angry with me. What should I do with her testimony just now? I don't think I have anything that could be like directly a contradiction. I'm gonna leave it for now. I suppose that statement works in our favor for now. I'll hold off on looking into it any deeper until it's necessary. Very well, young lady. Please go on with your testimony. And what did Mr. Wright say when he saw you? I'm sorry. I was so flustered that I really don't remember. Please forgive me. You don't remember? Well, that's common enough. Sometimes I can't recall a sentence I passed only minutes prior. Please, someone, anyone, stop him before he gets hurt. By me. When you say other students, do you mean students from the pharmacology department? Yes, they're all very fond of their drugs. Please try to stay on topic. So, to find some pharmacology students, you went to the labs, correct? That's what I was planning to do, but in the end, I wound up not going. A group of about 10 research students came running out of the building entrance. Somehow, they all seemed to know what was going on. Students knew what was going on. How could the students have known what was going on? Well, I don't know for sure what they knew, that they knew what had happened. It's just, they all seemed kind of excited about something. Doesn't look like I'm going to get any more info about the students. So the students called the police? Yes, I was just so... I was so panicked. Yes, well, anyone would be, my dear. That girl, she's telling a super obvious lie and she knows it. She's just pretending to protect Mr. Wright. Yes, that's going to be it. Way to go, Mia. Okay, that means I'm going to have to dig deep and to find the contradiction on this one. Okay. Was it this one? You don't remember... Yeah, no, that was the other one. Okay, so there's a contradiction here. He never did a thing to Doug. People's lies are not very becoming, Miss Hawthorne. So let's drop them, shall we? What? I would never. Miss Fay, I will not allow you to badger this witness. I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. That is, she is no supporting... Please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job. Now then, Miss Hawthorne. The defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It has already been shown that Mr. Wright did in fact push the victim. What? There's no need to try and cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth. There is nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything that you saw. Yes, Your Honor, I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony. Looks like she's finally getting somewhere. I actually didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. Is that all you had to add? It didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual. So then, what did it look like they were doing to you? I thought they were just having a nice friendly afternoon conversation. Oh, give me a break. That's why I really wasn't watching them all that closely. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge. Oh. I like the sound of that, Mr. Judge. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. I went to go find some students. Doug, they were talking behind the building. I actually didn't see the moment that he pushed him. You didn't see it? Well, I saw the moment that Dougie fell to the ground. And at that time, there were only the two of them at the scene. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and the victim, Doug Swallow. Yes, that's right. It looked like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either. Oh, a super obvious lie. What's the super obvious lie? In the building. What have we established?
established the electrocution, we've established the umbrella, and this thing. Huh? Dude, what the hell? I'm sorry, the watch just looked weird. Victim fell on top of this umbrella, and then there was a loud sound when it happened. There was a loud sound that happened. See the moment he pushed the... I went to find some other students and I called the authorities. Oh, so what do you have to say? You didn't see it. You saw the moment that he fell onto the ground. Those only two of them were saying. So then... having nice friendly walking conversation. Really wasn't watching them all that closely. Nothing at all. I don't know. Look, I don't feel like I could really... What does this actually say? Because I'm curious now that very little information is being disclosed at this time, since the victim of yesterday's incident in the district courthouse cafeteria is said to have been a lawyer. However, the police are questioning the 19-year-old female college student who was sitting with the victim. I see. Okay. That'll come up later. I just wanted to know. Does that have anything to do with this? That's the only thing I can think of, right? You say you didn't hear anything unusual. Is that correct? Yes! That's why I was very relaxed, looking at the scenery around me. That's nice, but I find that a little odd. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise. He said that. If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well? Well, maybe the noise just wasn't all that memorable. But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp noise, like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression. May I have a moment to answer? By all means. I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on, and I was listening to music at the time. Headphones? You mean that both of your ears were covered? The rain was just beginning to let up, but it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end yet. So the sky continued to flash and rumble. Thunder and lightning, huh? Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder, so I put my headphones on to block it out. Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all. Wait a sec, Mia. That testimony just now. She said something totally change the whole case. There was lightning. Your Honor, there is a problem with the witness's testimony. What do you mean? Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct? Yes. What about it? Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere, am I right? Now's not the time for a science lesson, Miss Faye. Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning? I must admit that the thought had not occurred to me. Just what kind of things do occur to this guy anyway? This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered, but that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was, in fact, the victim of a stray bolt. It appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death was actually accidental? Alright, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking that not guilty now. I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Faye. Huh? I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. We found that there were no lightning strikes on that day at that location. What? What's more, we have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case. Evidence, Mr. Payne? Well, what is the evidence? This affidavit. And who is this affidavit from? The pharmacology students who were conducting experiments in their labs that day. Allow me to read out to the court the testimony of the pharmacology students. All equipment in the labs lost power all of a sudden at around 3 p.m. that day. Was it a blackout? All the lab's equipment runs on high voltage, Your Honor. So you're saying the equipment lost power because... Precisely. They lost power because the severed electrical cable. The power outage occurred at approximately 3 p.m, which fits the time of death listed on the autopsy report. Exactly! In other words, the victim died as a result of touching the severed electrical cable. But that doesn't prove that it was murder. According to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future. I see. Apparently, the cables had become so brittle that even the smallest bump would have caused them to break. However, there's still one thing that troubles me. If the cable could have been broken by any small bump, then it wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into, correct? Well, I suppose you could say that. Miss Faye, do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed cable? Your Honor. I don't like how this is looking one bit. I have to come up with something to try and regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion. Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break? Good question. A very good question. What would have caused it to break? Would it have been... some kind of impact? Could it have been the victim himself that ran into it? This is it. This is why the cable snapped. Well, Your Honor, I believe that the only thing that has snapped is the mind of the defense. That's one of your best lines yet, Your Honor. Ouch. That was harsh. Please, Your Honor, give me one more chance. Okay then, let's hear it. Who or what caused the cable to break? Good question. Fatal electrical shock. Outside the crime. So anything could have really done it. Assuming that something ran into the cable. Found near an electrical pole at the crime scene. Is that important? Look, man, I don't want to, like, be, like, accusatory, you know? I don't want to, like, accuse people needlessly. Like, what else am I gonna do? What else could I possibly say to you, huh? Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony. The defendant's testimony. He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened at around 3 p.m., correct? Yes, that sounds right. Wait, are you saying that the lab equipment lost power at 2:55 p.m., which fits right in Mr. Wright's timeline? In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage. Okay, so I was on the right track, I just picked the wrong thing. Okay. Yes, the prosecution also came to that same conclusion. And it was the very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted. I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne. What's that supposed to mean? Take a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved. See the umbrella? It's by the electrical pole. That's right. The victim banged into the pole as a result of being pushed. It was the impact that caused the cable to break. Well, that makes sense. And then the victim was electrocuted. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no, it doesn't make sense at all. If the victim was shoved into the far pole, then he couldn't have been electrocuted by the severed cable in the foreground here. In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim. Order! Order in the court! Lamentations of my enemy. How I've longed to hear them. It is true. The defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any other... Mr. Judge, sir. May I say something? The Madam Attorney explanation. She said some things that are a little different than I remember them. What the? Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge. Of course it's alright. Just go right ahead and give your new testimony. This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colours. The truth is, Finney pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him, but Finney caught up and crashed into him from behind. The cable snapping, and Dougie being electrocuted. It all occurred within less than a minute. So after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away. And that is when the defendant pushed him the second time.
I'm so sorry, Finny, but I just have to tell the truth. Am I doing the right thing? Am I Mr. Judge? Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. Now then, Miss Fay, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Miss Hawthorne, previously your testimony said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to protect Finny. So that's why you basically lied to the court. I was a bad girl, I know. Mr. Judge? Yes? Would you please forgive little old me? Of course he won't, that's... Oh, come on now. Just a little old white lie. We'll forget it this time, but please be more careful from now on, alright? Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge. Not at all. Judge had better be more careful himself. Dark Alley is friendlier than that girl. Why did that give me an esteem achievement? Sure, why not? You're saying you actually saw the victim get pushed into the electrical pole? I know he doesn't look it, but Finny can be a bit of an imp when he wants to be. Oh, really? But I never imagined that it would cause an electrical cable to break. Finny really is scary when he gets mad. Yes, he sounds like a very dangerous individual indeed. I'll leave him alone. So, let me get this straight. You were happily listening to music on your headphones while you watched the scene unfold? What? Miss Faye, I'll have to ask you to stop badgering the witness. I wasn't happy. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. All I could do was stand there and cheer them on. Cheer them on? What do you mean by that? Well, I wish the best for them both. And that they would each give the fight their all. That's very sweet of you to be so supportive. And what happened after that? That doesn't sound quite right. There were handprints found on the chest of the victim's leather jacket. Mr. Payne, there were also prints found... Were there also prints found on the back of the leather jacket? Well, no, there weren't. Madam Faye, may I suggest that you listen a little more carefully? I said that he crashed into him from behind, right? My Finny wouldn't leave any prints behind in that case, would he? Did you actually witness the moment the victim was electrocuted? I'm sorry. I didn't actually see it. I turned my eyes away. That's understandable. Yes, indeed. It would have been a horrific sight for anyone to behold. I didn't figure out the contradiction here. It's all over. She didn't have much time to come up with a lie, so this is my best chance. There must be a hole in her testimony somewhere. Think, Mia. Good question. Okay. What do I have? Victim's death, 3 p.m. Victim died, according to that, was electrocuted just after 3. which wouldn't line up with everything else. That's what I think. Because you said that it all occurred in less than a minute. But then he would have died at about 2:56, 2:57. Whereas this is clearly showing that it was just after 3. That's my thinking. Hopefully I'm not thinking too ahead, and that actually does mean something. That's enough, witness. I'm afraid I don't understand. You will in a minute. Could you please take a look at this picture? Oh, that medicine. That's the one Finny likes to take for his cold. It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05. Yes, and your point is, Miss Faye? My point is, what time was it when the lab suffered that power outage due to the cable snapping? Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer is clear. It was 2:55. Would you care to explain to the court, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne, what exactly happened during that 10-minute interval? The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Mr. Doug Swallow. Order, nonsense, the real murderer. Even you can't deny that the time between the cable breaking and the electrocution are completely unaccounted for. Then who was it? Who else are you saying could have done it? There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. Only after my client had left the scene was there a window of opportunity for the real killer. Miss Faye, is the defense ready to indicate someone as this real killer? It's finally time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Yes, Your Honor. We are ready. Very well. But remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you will be penalized. Think very carefully before you speak, Miss Faye. Who is the real killer? It's you! It could only have been you, Dahlia Hawthorne. How could you? The defense is grasping at straws. 10 minutes passed between the time and the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. What exactly were you doing that whole time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe that you didn't lift a finger to stop the men dearest to you. Order, Miss Faye. Why? What are you saying? Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the 2 men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you that pushed Mr. Swallow to his death by your very own hands. How could you say something so mean, Madam Faye? I didn't do anything. Miss Faye, this is a very serious... Your Honor, please, I have something I want to say. Yes, what is it? Please strike everything the defense said just now from the record. What the... Are you daft? You're totally wrong, Miss Faye. Dolly, she...
She couldn't do something like that. Mr. Wright! Get back in your seat. Bailiff, grab that man. Leave my dolly alone. God, Phoenix, the things you do when you're in love. That boy. He's gotten himself in way over his head. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, you're back. It seems I've arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on the incident in your newspaper clipping. Nice. Thank you so much. It's exactly what I was hoping for. You'd better take a good look at that. It, details how you came to lose your boyfriend. Now then, the defense made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, really, Your Honor, May I interrupt for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't worry, my dear. I have the situation well in my hand. Go right ahead. Madam Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie? Yes, I am. Not only am I saying you murdered Swallowed Dog, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright. I told you that you should let me handle this. Sorry. Please, go ahead. How can you say that? I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Finny. The notion that I would try to frame him is ludicrous. This is all just too much for poor little me to bear. I believe this girl is trying to ask what on earth her motive would be. The answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. It must. 8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. And then, that same day, the two of them accidentally meet. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Further testimony? About what? About the events of the day when she first met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What could that possibly have to do with this case? The witness claims that she has no reason to frame the defendant, am I correct? Well, I have evidence that suggests that she, in fact, had a very good reason. Very well then. The court grants the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying for just a bit longer? Of course not, Mr. Judge. Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Hawthorne. I first met my darling Finny 8 months ago. It was like we were destined to meet in that very courthouse's basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. We're just so lovey-wovey. We literally make people sick. It's just jealousy, I think. Oh, Phoenix. 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 Honestly, if this is how Phoenix acts when he's in love, why have I not seen more of that in fan art? Come on. Come on. Come on. Make him a fucking idiot in love. I want to see that more. Let me see that a bit more. I need to see that more. Mr. Wright, do that again and you'll be held in contempt of court. And now we enter the final act of our little drama. As we used to say in the days of my youth, go get her.
First, my darling Finny 8 months ago. So until that time, you had been dating Doug Swallow? Yes. I'm a real fool, I know. Letting my emotions change so quickly, I'm ashamed of myself. No, not at all. Look at me! I'm infamous for changing my mind. My critics have even taken to call me Judge Fickle. Maybe you should look for a different line of work. Despite that, however, he always hands down the correct verdict. That's why some people also call him the Great Judgini. The courthouse's reading room. It's a strange place to meet the love of your life. That's not true, Madame Faye. After all, Finny was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you, Miss Hawthorne. What was a literature student like you doing at the courthouse reading room? This line of questioning is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with the murder case. Miss Faye, I'm warning you. If this has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case, you have to remember the judge is on Dahlia's side. I better tread carefully. Your Honor, if you'll allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevance. Please ask her to continue with her testimony. Very well, young lady. I've got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courthouse reading room? If it pleases Your Honor, the answer is simply this. I had come to the courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing. You were writing a paper? On what? On the relationship between modern Senru poetry and the criminal underworld. Ho-ho! That sounds like a fascinating research paper. Am I getting old? How I've even forgotten what I've forgotten. Again with the midlife crisis stuff? Mia, why did that girl really come to the courthouse? Isn't that what you wanted to know? And speaking of forgetting things, you haven't forgotten the police report, have you? I went through a lot of trouble to get it, my dear, so be sure to read it carefully. So what does it actually say? District Courthouse Cafeteria, 7th, 4 p.m. Diego Armando. Oh man, I love the name Armando. Suspect, Dahlia Hawthorne. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It is unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee. I see. Miss Hawthorne, you weren't here because you were researching. Because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason? What is the meaning of that cocky smile on your face, Miss Faye? 8 months ago, right here, in this very courthouse, there was another tragedy. Another tragedy? Do you mean the incident in which an attorney was poisoned? The name of the suspect in that incident is listed here in this report, and that name is Dahlia Hawthorne. What? Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes, the sweetie pie of everyone's eye, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago. Order, order, order. This is unbelievable. It's true then, the loveliest, Miss Faye. That's not fair. You can't slander my witness with an unrelated, I, Winston Payne, still not... Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking. Pardon me. Go right ahead. It's true that about 8 months ago, the police expressed some interest in me. Expressed some interest in you, huh? Mr. Judge, sir, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell you the absolute truth. I did not commit the crime that occurred during the incident 8 months ago. I see. Okay, I've tied the two crimes together. Now I've just got to stay on the offensive. Well done, Mia. Oh, you've really lit a fire in my heart, my buttocks. I can hardly tell which is more inflamed, my spirit or my hemorrhoids. Can you stop talking about them, please? I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison, and it was lethal at just 2 teaspoons. That's a lot, actually. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that. So, that's what happened 8 months ago. However, as you've heard from the witness's testimony, she had nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just about out of tricks. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne, but I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeve today, and I'll be sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination. What the? Why does the defense suddenly feel stronger? Aha, Mia! You're glowing with a true lawyer's aura, my dear. That proud posture and self-confidence, absolutely smashing. What were you talking about with the defense attorney? Well, I'm sorry, but it's confidential. According to the report, you were being interviewed regarding another case. The lawyer that was killed, he said he wanted to talk about an incident I was caught up in when I was younger. Why don't you tell us all what that incident was? That has absolutely nothing to do with this case. Objection sustained. The defense's question is stricken from the record. You get involved in a lot of incidents, don't you, Miss Hawthorne? Well, I guess I was just born under a bad sign. Don't worry, Dolly, I'll protect you. You heard that, man. Now that is true love, young lady. Oh, Finny, please. Gag. Those two really are making me ill, albeit for a decidedly different reason. How long were you gone? I've already answered all these questions for the police, but if you must know, maybe 10 or 20 minutes? And where were you during that stretch of time? Using the toilet? What are you saying, Miss Faye? Toilet? My perfect little dolly doesn't poop. You've heard the defendant, Miss Faye. Better luck next time. Oh, Finny, please. The police have already looked into the whole matter. This line of questioning is nothing but a waste of time for the court. Objection sustained. Miss Hawthorne, please continue your testimony. About how much liquid is 2 teaspoons? Well, let me see. My bottle of eye drop says it's half fluid ounce, which is equal to 3 teaspoons. So about 2/3 of that amount. poison was found in the lawyer's mug of coffee. It must have been after I left the table. Someone must have quietly slipped it in there. A special kind of poison? How so? Well, I heard that it's almost impossible to detect. Oh? And where would something like that come from? I'm sorry. All I know is what I overheard the policeman saying. They said something about using advanced chemical processes to purify it. Chemical processes? Well, that's quite impressive. Most impressive. But the question is, how did the criminal get something like that? And that's the reason they didn't arrest you? Because no one could show how you could have gotten the poison. I think that's a good enough reason, Madame Faye. She's right. And I think we've all had enough Miss Faye's questions. So in essence, the main reason Miss Hawthorne was never arrested for this crime was because no one could show how she could have obtained the poison. All we have to do is find a way to establish how she could have gotten something. Great. Just how did a lit student get a hold of poison, of all things? Well, she was dating a pharmacology student at the time. You wouldn't know where to get them, but your boyfriend might. You wouldn't know how to get that kind of poison. I don't believe you. What? In fact, you had easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? At your boyfriend's lab. Boyfriend? You mean the victim, Doug Swallow? That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Miss Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow. And if you'll recall, Mr. Swallow was a pharmacology student at the university. Pharmacology? His laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could never have obtained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hawthorne, it seems you had access to such a poison after all. And then, it was a matter of slipping into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done that was the one sitting at his very table, you. No! Order. Could it be? That's nothing to do with... May I say something, Madame Faye? What is it, Miss Hawthorne? The amount of poison in the coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that much liquid, you would need some kind of container. Well, yes, that's true. I was searched immediately after the incident took place. Quite true. In fact, the entire courthouse was turned upside down. But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they? She's right. I even mentioned that in the report. Well, you could have easily gotten rid of something that small. Excuse me, Madame Faye, but this is a court of law. If you're saying that I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show some kind of proof. Proof? She got me good with that. Provide some evidence, or I'll have to disallow this line of questioning, Miss Faye. Unless you can come up with some good evidence, we're going to lose this lead. Police conducted a full body search on Delilah and the entire courthouse, and yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred. If you're going to accuse the young lady of committing murder, then where is the container the poison was carried in? It was this, right? Because it's a bottle? You were forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why you passed it on to someone that had nothing to do with the case. Someone that you knew wouldn't be searched. Who was this person? Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course. So the defendant was this witness's accomplice? Of course not. She gave the poison to him, disguised as a present. What? But that's... It's a charming little necklace. Is this a little bottle? It's really quite cute. So... what about it? What does it mean, Miss Fair? The day of the witness met and fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago? August 27th, the very same day of the poisoning incident. Under the pretense of love, the witness gave my client a present. All for the purpose of hiding the one piece of evidence that would give her away. What? Are you saying there's a deadly poison in here? No, there is no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain if the crime lab were to analyze it, they would find a trace amount. No! Order in the court. On behalf of Dolly, I object. Mr. Wright, control yourself. I won't let you bully her like this. Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat. Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through so much trouble to protect her? Why? Because I'm madly in love with her. Madly in love? I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time. Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Delilah Hawthorne want to date you anyway? Well, I guess she must be madly in love with me too. Mr. Wright, please open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone. The real reason that Delilah Hawthorne is dating you is because of that necklace. Delilah Hawthorne was not and is not madly in love with you. The only thing she's after is that bottle necklace you love to wear around your neck. My necklace? Back there in the waiting room, you said it yourself. Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. What a strange girl, asking for a present back like that. For Delilah Hawthorne, that necklace is irrefutable evidence of her crime. That's why she absolutely had to get it back. You're lying. But you never gave it back to her. And to make things worse for her, you insisted on showing it to everyone you met. That's why she... I don't believe you. No, that's a lie! Wow, Phoenix, you really fucking matured after this. I don't know how that fucking happened. The defendant, he's getting away. Bailiff, hurry after him. He's 21 and he's acting like this. Jeez, Phoenix. Jeez, Phoenix, you really grew the fuck up real fucking fast and became such a prick. I love you, Phoenix. Mia, are you alright? Yes, I think so. That boy, he went completely insane. Where's Mr. Wright? Looks like the bailiff caught him, so he should be back soon enough. Thank goodness. Oh, no! What is it? The bottle necklace. It's Hawthorne's present. It's gone. What? That's terrible. Mr. Wright has grabbed it when he slammed into me. Foolish boy.
That's the only thing that could have saved him. What in the blazes are we supposed to do now? I like that he's British. It's cool. Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in the history of this courtroom. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that your apology is not enough. Mr. Wright, what did you do with the bottle necklace? Forgive me, I'm sorry. It's okay, just give back the necklace. I ate it. You what? You ate it. Hang on. Well, I'm glad this was explained to me because I've been seeing jokes about this on my timeline recently. What the fuck? Phoenix. Phoenix, you have no right to judge anyone ever again. What the fuck? Oh dear, oh dear, Phoenix. How did you swallow it? It's huge. Phoenix. Oh my god. What the fuck, Phoenix? They're probably poisoning you now. Oh my god, how is your mouth not bleeding? Your mouth is bleeding, Phoenix. Oh my... Phoenix. I feel like a disappointed parent. What is he doing now? Your Honor, you've got to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? The bottle you swallowed may have had some poison left in it. It seems that the defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. Clearly, the bottle did not contain a deadly poison. How can you be so sure? I think that's obvious. As you can see, the defendant is still very much alive. As for the poison, more like a fledgling defense attorney's overreactive imagination. So it would seem. No, there must be some mistake. The bottle must have had some poison, must not have had any poison left in it. Either that, or the poison must have lost its potency. There. It's alright, rookie. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do. It is heartwarming to see that you place so much faith in Mr. Wright. But that's how it is for us on the prosecution side too. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. Which is why I can't state that your assessment of her is completely wrong. That's right. Unfortunately, Miss Fay, I cannot accept your explanation of events. But why? This may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand. In a court of law, evidence is everything. Even after I prove so much, is she going to get away with everything? Well, now that the suspicions surrounding Miss Hawthorne have been cleared up, I would like... Mr. Wright. I'm sorry, Miss Fay. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I knew you believed in me, and I feel like I really let you down. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say? There's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? That day. The day I met Doug Swallow. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, that's none of your business. I'm telling you for your own sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about it. That girl. Last night, someone stole some poison from our lab. Poison? The same thing happened 8 months ago. A drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab that time, too. It could only have been her. That girl is a thief. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that. Oh, Phoenix, you're a fucking idiot. Is it true? Did he really say that? That's ridiculous! There's one more thing. After I pushed him that day, I got worried and came back to have a look. And she was there. Dolly was right there. She was crouched down next to him. What? She told me not to ever tell anyone about it, but I'm sorry, Dolly. Your Honor, the defendant is Miss Faye. You tell them Dolly didn't do it. She's innocent. So Dahlia stole poison 8 months ago too, huh? If you put that together with Mr. Wright's testimony, then there's only one possible conclusion. The defense believes that Dahlia Hawthorne stole some poison the night before she killed Doug Swallow. The night before? Naturally, her motive for stealing it was to kill someone. Miss Faye... If you're so certain of that theory, then let me ask you this. Mia, this is your last chance. Carefully now. There's something she desperately wanted to get back, therefore... Yeah, Phoenix is such a fucking idiot. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. There was one person that was standing squarely on Miss Dahlia Hawthorne's way, and that person was Mr. Phoenix Wright. Me? That's preposterous. After all, it was Doug Swallow that was murdered. Well, it's true that that's how things worked out. But let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of electrocution, not poison. The person that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison was in fact you, Phoenix Wright. There's no one else it could be. But how can that be? I thought Mr. Wright and Miss Hawthorne were in love. Poor Mr. Wright. This must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice, I swear it. As I said before, the only thing Miss Hawthorne truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to the incident 8 months ago. That's right, the bottle necklace. That's all she cared about. But even so, why? Why would she go so far as to murder him? 8 months ago, just after the fall of that attorney in the basement cafeteria, Dahlia Hawthorne could think of only one thing: how to get rid of the bottle necklace so quickly. No, it can't be. It was a pretty good move she made too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was just one big problem. Although she got him to hide the evidence, Miss Wright refused to return it to her. To him, the tiny little bottle was a cherished treasure. He even showed it to everyone he met. You mean, that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright? Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve the piece of evidence. That can't be true. Finny, what a joke you are. Honestly, how can any woman even count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me. Miss Hawthorne? It appears that we're nearing the end of this trial. Fine. I can tell you plan on making me into a criminal no matter what I say. You are a criminal, Miss Hawthorne. We'll see about that. But first, where's your evidence? It seems your sniveling little crybaby of a client has eaten the bottle just as a snack. Well, hey, old man, are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with a dumb look on your face? Miss Hawthorne? What's happened to you? Are you really that shocked? Or do you prefer me this way, Mr. Judge? With absolutely no proof, you treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now, if you don't mind. But we're not finished. Fine. Then ask this nasty old hag to finish up already. I can't let her get away this time. Stop, Mia. If you keep on pushing without any evidence, you could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer. The ultimate price? You'd be forced to take your attorney's badge forever, I'm afraid. No. You'd better think it over carefully, Miss Faye. Or should I say, Miss Grey? Well, Miss Faye, could you provide evidence that would establish her guilt once and for all? If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over. I'm sure it is. But to be honest, at this point, I don't have any evidence that's well-founded. Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with murder. Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof? Impossible! You can't possibly... Stupid woman. It is the opinion of the court that there has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I will allow only one piece of evidence to be presented. Just one? If you are unable to establish her guilt, then I'm afraid that a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down on Mr. Wright. I understand, Your Honor. I can just imagine the headlines tomorrow's newspaper. Up-and-coming lawyer plummets to earth before she gets the chance to soar. She was planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there. Well then, Miss Faye, please present the evidence. It's called irrefutable proof that Miss Hawthorne planned on poisoning Mr. Wright. The bottle of cold medicine. That's... I mean... Possibly? I'm thinking it probably has something to do with that. How else? If he's taking it all the time, that would be the easiest way to do it, right? No harm in trying. Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that will prove her guilt once and for all. Cold Killer X. Phoenix Wright's beloved cold medicine. Does our rookie defense attorney have a bit of a cold? Yeah, literally. Killer X. Hell yeah. If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned. What? Remember what the defendant said in his testimony? But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. She was the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. Then she poisoned it, knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some. Now you're really grasping at straws. After all, it was the victim, Doug Swallow, that was holding the medicine. I would like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence? Huh? What are you talking about? 8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which she then gave to someone else for safekeeping. Someone she had accidentally run into in the reading room, my client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. That is when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poison bottle of Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she could carry out her plan to murder her Mr. Wright. I believe she did testify that she was going to meet the defendant. Yes, and she heard and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and the victim were arguing about, and the cut electrical cable. That's when she realized I can't allow Doug Swallow to die. To say anything, I think, maybe? That went by too fast for me to read properly. She used the severed electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is when the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the scene, came back to check on the victim. And on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she put it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying that bottle of poison cold medicine. She must have thought, what if they searched me like they did 8 months ago? 8 months ago? Yes, she disposed of the evidence exactly the same way as she did back then. She had someone else hold it, and in this case, Doug Swallow. Oh, come now, everyone. Surely you aren't fooled, are you? Stupid woman. She's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? Uh-huh. Yes, that's exactly right. It's just pure desperation. I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne, this cold medicine, I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some. Well, Mr. Wright ate that necklace of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, stinking liar, then there's no need to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Do you think you've won? Well, do you, Mia Fey? That's just fine. For the time being. Victory is yours. For the time being. Well, I have a very long memory, you know. You and I will meet again.
I'm certain of it. Well then, Mr. Judge. I'll see you later too, okay? Huh? Why? Yes? I'm going to go spend a little quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best. Cool. I guess that's the end of that. Whew. It's finally over. I refuse to accept this. The defense hasn't shown any scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claim. But even so, your witness seems to have accepted it. I don't care. I'm Winston Payne. And I don't believe one word that this rookie lawyer has said. Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this. Yes? Would you care to try this cold medicine? What? Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said... There. It's alright, rookie. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. So, if she's so trustworthy, then I'm sure there couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right? See. And here comes the back pedal. Come on now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. How much trust do you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life? Byakuya Togami has more guts than you, man. Mr. Payne. About Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Yes, Your Honor. I'll file her papers for her immediate arrest. Tragic, but not surprising. I knew there was something about her from the very beginning. Don't lie, just admit you were wrong. By the way, Miss Faye... Yes, Your Honor. Was it just me, or did you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know each other? Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case. Very well. Mr. Payne, this can't be happening. It's a nightmare. It's like I'm losing my daughter. It appears Mr. Payne has lost his spirit, along with his hair. Does the defendant have anything further to say? It can't be true. My dear. Ollie. Very well then. I believe I am ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Yay, Phoenix! You get to live another day. This court is adjourned. Mia! You were wonderful in there. Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossberg. During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode like Mount Vesuvius. Mr. Grossberg, do you, maybe think you could stop talking about them? That's rather rude. Anyway, this case really made me think. What does it really mean to have a relationship of mutual trust with the client? Perhaps it is we veteran lawyers, we have lost sight of this. Oh, Mr. Wright, congratulations! Thanks. You know, I was thinking... Go on. The dolly I saw up there on the witness stand, I don't think that was really her. What? Yeah, the Dolly I know could never have said those kind of things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fake or something. Boy, this poor kid still hasn't got a clue. You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright, for your own sake. Yeah, you're right. That's probably for the best. Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to grow up a little. But out of all my friends, everyone says I'm the most grown up. Eek, what kind of company does this guy keep? Right now, I'm studying to become a lawyer myself. That's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in the art department. Oh, yeah, I am. But there's a friend that I desperately want to help. And if I hurry, then I should still be able to save him in time. I see. Say, Miss Faye, a lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right? Mr. Wright, I'm still new to this myself. But I think that's exactly what a lawyer is. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'll study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. I hope we see each other again someday. Maybe even in court. Phoenix, that's the gayest shit you've ever said. Why are you so gay, Phoenix? It's been 5 years since I was acquitted of my charges. I became a lawyer, like I planned, and managed to save my friend. But Mia has passed on to a better place. For me, this trial brings up a lot of painful memories. But it also brings up some very precious ones. And memories that I thought would never rise to the surface again. Mia is gone now. But even so, I can hear her in my head. Phoenix, no matter what, always believe your client. In a court of law, your greatest weapon is your belief. 5 long years ago, something has happened that's made me think back to her words of wisdom. But that is a story for another day. Hell yeah. I'm so excited to play through this case. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. But that... I'm sorry, Godot. We'll have to save you. Meet you on Monday. You'll wait for me, won't you, with your sexy, sexy outfit? You'll wait, won't you? Won't you? Won't you? You promise? Yes? Of course you do. I love you, Godot. You're so pretty, Godot. You're so gorgeous, Godot. Oh, I love him. I love him. I love him. I'm so excited to learn more about him. So incredibly, incredibly excited to learn more about him. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Oh. Okay. So. I am starving. I should go eat something, most definitely. I need to do some cleaning for my inspection. So I'm gonna have to just leave it all there. As cool as it would be to play Ace Attorney into the night, I should probably leave my chair at some point. It's been 5 hours of me sitting down. Not my longest time, but a good length nonetheless.
So, I guess the question is, who do I hand you off to? I've got 2 options. You guys can either go watch some Hollow Knight, or you can go watch some Borderlands. I don't know which one people would prefer. I've never played either of the games, so either one sounds fun. That's the thing that I need my stream manager, cause I never have it up in the time I meant to. Alright. Supporting people that I like is fun and I like doing it. So, for anyone who doesn't already know, I stream Monday, Wednesday and Friday Australian Central Standard Time at 9 AM, meaning that it might be a bit different for you if you live in the Northern Hemisphere. I also release the VODs every 3 days. I also on my main channel, and I also release Utao covers on YouTube as well, and that's every Friday. This week I released a cover of Queen of Venus by Flavor Folly, and I'm so happy with it. It uses one of my Japanese voice banks, and I'm just so incredibly proud of it. So I think I'm gonna hand you over to someone that I actually enjoy watching myself, and I hope you guys have so much fun, and I hope you guys have a good day. If it's past 10 PM for you, please go to bed. You need sleep. Thank you for hanging out and stopping by. I never know how to end this shit. I hope you all have so much fun and have a very good day. So bye bye.